Hello, and welcome. This is actually music from Endwalker, that I guess I am playing a bit early. But the motif here is actually the Final Fantasy V Overworld theme ahead on our way, and not anything Endwalker specific. The Baldessian Annex theme, which I think is the inn in Sharlayan. By the way, we're going to Sharlayan. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thank you for following a second time, artificially increasing the following count, having made a second account in order to be here on the phone. But I appreciate it anyway. Hello. We're starting at the title screen today. It's been a while. And the reason for this is simple. I did not show the opening movie of Endwalker on stream last time. We should see it. We should look at it. We should watch it. We should appreciate it. I'll tell you what I know about 6.0. A lot of it is inferred from this opening movie, I guess. I know that we go to Thavnair, we go to Sharlayan, we go to the moon. We might go to a second moon, but I'm unclear on that point. This is because I accidentally saw another thing. And I know that Thavnair isn't like super important, but we do go there very, very shortly. Like, not shortly, temporarily. Anyway. I don't know a lot. I know I know the name and the face of the final boss, but not what that means. Anyway, let's appreciate this. This trailer is very good, I think. Square Enix. There's also there's like a version of the teaser trailer version of this that is acapella sang, narrated, and commented on by Moonbase Alpha voices.
Its lands rent by tooth and claw.
So I'm just constantly thinking about funny text-to-speech right now. That's another Denmo McStrong Huge Final Fantasy XIV video. Denmo is always doing things like this. Anyway, Paladin is the job of this expansion for John Meteor over here. Sage is also introduced here, and Alphino gets to be one.
I can look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
As the chaos spread,
I love
the stars seemed doomed.
How the trailer incorporates all of the major themes from every expansion previous. Like here we've got Heavensward music.
There were those who stood in defiance of that fate.
The lyrics are different too, but they're in like dragon language, so I don't know exactly what they are. Ritra. Apparently. Yeah. Also, this guy's here, I guess. Lyrics are different here too, which is more clear because they're in a language that I recognize. That's probably fine, whatever that is.
The stage is set, but will our hero deign to play their part?
They're really they're really sneaky about showing what Xenos is up to, which is funny now that I know they showed the scythe before this.
The respite afforded this land was but fleeting.
Or maybe this trailer was released before
Draweth nigh.
5.5 was, actually. So that would make sense, actually. Well, maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, that was Thavner. Here's old Sharlayan. It looks very pretty, and I love the what is undoubtedly going to be a leitmotif of some kind in being introduced here. Song of Hope. Graha, how'd you get through the locked door?
This star still has secrets to tell.
Book.
Take care, my friend.
The star still has books to read. Hello, and welcome.
So, Sharlayan would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Hell yeah. By the way, Xenos has a scythe. I don't know anymore why they make a big deal of revealing this in the trailer when it's revealed in 5.5. But maybe this was before 5.5. The trailer, I mean. So I don't really know exactly.
Past the far edge of fate.
You might need to add a couple to the moon count in this trailer. Does it count as an ominous shot of the moon if it's a shot of someone on the moon?
And light.
Is every shot while you're on the moon a shot of the moon? Doesn't count if it's not in-game. Maybe. Ominous shot of Earth or the planet count. Not really ominous, exactly, I guess. So yeah, that trailer is really good, and the song is really good, and I am excited to see what Endwalker is all about. Well, it's about the moon, at least in part. So here's, to reiterate, here's what I know, and there's a few things I forgot to mention. I know the name of the final boss and what the final boss's face looks like, but I have no idea what that means in the context of anything, because it's not readily apparent. I know that we go to Thavner, Old Sharlayan, and the moon, and possibly a second moon, because I accidentally saw that there was a remix of the Final Fantasy IV moon music when looking for it the other day. But I don't know what exactly that means. I know that a bunch of other Final Fantasy IV stuff crops up. I know that I think I know what the first dungeon is. I know that we don't spend much time in Thavner, though we do go there. I mean, to be fair, the trailer spends like 2 seconds in there, so I guess that makes sense from that angle. There's probably some other stuff. I know a bunch of the equipment that we find because my retainers keep giving it to me. Thanks for the roof. I know that comedy exists. I know that many new characters will be introduced. And I might know a few names of those characters. I don't know exactly when certain plot points or characters occur. So yeah, I don't know I don't know if all of the stuff that I know is 6.0 or 6.x either for some of it. But yeah, I know all things considered, I don't know very much. It sounds maybe like I just explained that I know a fair amount, but I know basically nothing. So this is mostly entirely blind. So no spoilers, please. Or else. But I thought it was good to establish at least what I do know. There might be things that pop up on at times where I'm like, oh yeah, I think I knew about this a little bit, maybe. But there's going to be plenty of things that I don't.
End of mankind. Space colony. Chaos control. Shadow
Oh, no.
vault. Prayer. Desperation. Tears. Wish. Insanity. Arkansas P. Illegible. Anne.
Arkansas.
Shadow. Supersonic. Vengeance. Maria. Crisis of epic proportions.
Arkansas.
End of the world. The truth about 50 years ago. The end everything. Sonic Adventure 2, last episode. Wishes are eternal.
So that mess of text is what shows up rapidly, more rapidly than that. Happening a whole bunch on screen right before the last episode of Sonic Adventure 2, as it says there. This is a trick that Sega would repeat, at least in PSO Episode 3, which we did see them flash a whole bunch of random unrelated words on the screen in the intro of that, though they weren't read out loud. So, Sega did, or maybe still does, like that plot device. You can jump up here, apparently. Hey, does that lantern have a hitbox? Probably not, right? Well, no, not exactly, but anyway, I believe we've already talked to everyone here, so we might as well just continue. The next ship to sail. Alphino's feeling the need to take stock. Sucro, do you have some time to talk? By the way, Sucro outfit is here. You can also see the Sucro art that I made on the little chat cover thing over there. But while we're here, I may as well also... Oop. There's the full art. I didn't draw more than this time, because the outfit was complicated enough already. For the Shadowbringers one, I drew more of Sucro and then cut that off in any instance where I actually used the art. But yeah, also, before the stream today, I drew this other relevant image of someone we might be seeing more of in Endwalker that you might want to look at. I just thought that maybe you should see this.
Kill.
True. By the way, I think Lunar Monster Energy tastes like a mix of grape and mint. But I actually have no idea how any Monster Energy tastes. So anyway. A number of artists have like Final Fantasy XIV extra fees because of how complicated the armor is. And like, if I ever design a version of Sucro who has nothing to do with 14, i.e. Susan C. Funk, famed adventurer, who happens to be a cat girl with all of the same backstory elements, but has nothing to do with 14 and you can't sue me, I'll have to make her outfit less complicated. Anyway, Sucro, do you have some time to talk? Nod. Of course. I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Oh god, you're right. The 2 die channels per item are gonna be potentially making things even more complicated. It's funny, when I switched to this armor, I thought maybe it wasn't where... Ooh, new music already. I thought maybe... this armor is not as complicated as some of the other... No, it's still very complicated, actually. This is music I haven't heard before. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Nod. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. I like this whole recap. It's good to have a recap, even though I was just playing the previous part. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. By the way, I'll throw one other art thing out there. This wasn't the first background I made. Like, neither was this, but I did have this other background idea that was more of like the moon's surface. But this is too much gray, I think. So instead we have Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster Moon, except I added more sky to it and put a cat in the sky. And added like a slight filter. I think this is nice. The cat is more visible, yeah. Yeah. Definitely better. Like, the coloration of everything is improved. Actually, the moon background here has a similar color scheme to Endwalker Sucro, now that I think about it. With, like, the gold and the blue. That's fun. Anyway. I'll stop derailing myself with my own... I don't know if you can call this art, because it's, like, I took it from a game and then edited it slightly, but you know, it looks nice. The composition of the stream could be considered art, or a collage or some sort, maybe, if you wanted. Anyway. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. Barking of cannons? It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. There's at least one game where there are cannons that behave like dogs and have, like, legs. I think. There are dog cannons in Super Mario Land 2 on the moon. Gasp! It's all connected! That's also moon! Okay. Nod. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. Nod. Determined. We will find a way in Sharlayan. I am sure of it. Master Horshino's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Tataru, you left the Reaper job trailer on in the background. You're to head to Limsalo Mensa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. I didn't know where this theme would show up in the game. I just know that it was in the Reaper trailer. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. So this is just gonna be a hype theme. Okay. Nod. And there is the quest accepted jingle, which we haven't heard since Sage. Ah yeah, I sold general purpose dark green dye for a pittance. By the way, Sukuro's sprout icon is gone? We were talking about this like Monday on a not Final Fantasy XIV stream, but the sprout is gone. So it is, and it was gone before the stream started, for the record. So this is, you have played the game enough and you have reached the latest expansion. I did not get a message about it. Safe journeys, and please do be careful. But yeah, I didn't get a message about it at all. Whoop. Oh no, we have to go to Limsalo Mensa. What nonsense are we going to see here in Limsalo Mensa? Not much in the way of nonsense. Maybe I should set myself to busy just in case, though. Not like just in case of Limsa, but just in case of nonsense. So I haven't had any problems lately. Though part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsalo Mensa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaits us beyond the Indigo Deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It's a rare experience for most Ishgarians. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Don't worry, I did inventory management before the stream, Tataru. Hey, it's 1.0 music again. Also, I didn't think we would be going to Sharlayan instantly. Hey, I recognize you from Rogue Questline. I forget your name, but the Lalafell yellow jacket captain with the blue
We've
hair.
almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Did you just say schedule? Is that a valid way to say that?
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Don't say that, you'll jinx it.
It's funny.
I had no idea you could say schedule.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Huh. I've learned something today.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Thancred wastes no time in getting owned. At least slightly in this expansion.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Much laughter.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Ha.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Alphino also takes no time to get destroyed in this expansion.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Everyone's banter is on point instantly today. Oh no, Tataru.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell's-bent on destroying the world.
We are doing that.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Oh. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Or no sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. Wow. No, we've got the power to change stuff in this world. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Wow. When was the last time Hori Boulder got a voice line?
Hori! Coulternay!
Good, I've been
What
saying
brings you all
Coulternay
this
correctly
way?
this whole time. Nobody has said Coulternay out loud until this moment.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Is this the first time he's ever had a line?
We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Hell yeah.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
Coulternay doesn't get to say anything though. Are boats to Sharlayan a rare occurrence? Or like, do they happen
Then we must delay no longer.
still
We
occasionally?
will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
This seems like it would be unusual for a boat to Sharlayan to occur.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, Be careful.
Nods. Nod. I guess they probably, yeah, okay. If they still have trade, then, yeah. We're up here now.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Who?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Whomst?
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
Sounds a little bit like Emmett Selk.
That which
yeah, okay,
lives
it
is
is
destined
then.
to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
So it is Hades.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Look at the cool ocean, Sucro. Appreciate the ocean. Oh. That sort of descent, huh?
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
0 to 100 on the normal scale? Oh, I don't know what that means. Map. Here is the map. Indigo Deep. Okay. Passing through the Indigo Deep with no problem. I have no idea what sort of scale that is. Okay, answers. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Is this the 1.0 intro cutscene?
Here.
It sure is. I caught it before you said it. I recognized it instantly.
Feel.
Now that is something.
Think.
What a callback. Yup, exactly.
The day has barely dawned.
Well, except for other people being here.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
The rest of the crew was not present in 1.0's intro, but speaking.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
Wait, I forgot you had the echo.
I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
Nod. So if this is the... God, that would be something. So this is the 1.0 intro. Does that mean the ship's about to be attacked by monsters? Because I'm pretty sure that happens. I don't know if it's still the 1.0 intro at this moment. Oh. Hey, Heidelin. Heidelin... Why are you on boat? What's up?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
This is definitely not the 1.0 intro at
Hear,
this point.
feel, think.
Yeah.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I guess we do. Hey, what's up? Why now, Hydaelyn? Or I can trust your words no longer. Also, yeah, answers motif in the music. Let me see if I can find something real quick before I answer this question. Do I have... I might not have this anywhere easily available. I was trying to see if I could find a picture I had from the 1.0 intro of an old character from when I played that, but I don't know if I can. Don't remember what I labeled that file. So probably not. But yeah. So yeah, we did learn that Hydaelyn and Zodiark are primals. That's true. We learned a lot about them. I'm just gonna say, why now, Hydaelyn? Also, interesting mask you have there.
I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
Right. Narrowing eyes.
Was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
Mm-hmm.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Oh, so you have to show up in person because you've run out of power to do visions, I guess?
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
Okay.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
I don't know what that means, really. I guess I'll probably find out.
Shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Mm-hmm.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
Traveler's heart, huh?
We shall meet again, and soon.
I feel like the words traveler's heart are more significant than you might think. From what scattered knowledge I may or may not have, or maybe stuff I'm supposed to know or not know, I don't know. Hey, what's up, the twins?
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Nope. I was talking to a god instead.
Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Everyone's awake.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Distant Endwalker theme begins.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Or at least the guitar. That's Sharlayan.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own. If we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Estinian probably is fine with Urianger saying Sir Estinian, because of course he would.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
That's just the way Urianger says words.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper.
Mm-hmm.
There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Wisdom of a sort, maybe, but they seem to be lacking in some kinds of it. Nod. Sukro is just thinking, book. Gonna read books. Hey look, it's Moon. Add one to the counter. Endwalker. Shiny. An ominous shine.
The solitary island nation of the northern seas.
Hello, Hades.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
Patron deity of wasting water, more like.
They deign to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
I remember that.
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
They sure did that too.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
How are you narrating this anyway? I guess we'll learn about this. The Northern Empty. Old Charlotte. Hey, the Northern Empty? Like the empty on the first,
I
maybe?
thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Oh yeah, I forgot the first does have a body of water called the Source. That's funny.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Sucro's paperwork is a sticky note that says I'm a cat on it.
May.
Quite.
Unrelated
So
body
let us
of
be
water is a good
absolutely clear
Toho
on
title.
these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
If they give me a dialogue option to mention the Scions, that'll be funny.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Nod.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Here we go. Time for paperwork.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Also, hey, that's Sucro's haircut over there on that Lalafell. Nice haircut.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
They said schedule again.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Only Ishtola gets to say her name out loud, I guess. Magic paperwork.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Magic paperwork that gets explained? Gasp.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
This might cause the trouble.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Are they not in the registry now?
Your applications have also been approved.
Okay.
Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Ah.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Sucrofunk and I'm a cat. Sucrofunk adventurer by trade. Sucrofunk artisan. Sucrofunk champion of Eorzea. Let's go with adventurer. But you know she means that she's a cat.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
I don't like the scorn in that tone of voice that you got there, worldly affairs official.
And you, sir?
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
I wonder if there are different options there, or like if artisan is not an option if you have no crafting levels, or anything of that nature.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Don't say Scion. Don't say Scion. Don't say Scion. Go with adventure. It worked for me.
If you'll allow me.
Hey, Kryl. Personal bodyguard.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Jeez, you really don't like adventurer and mercenary, do you?
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Don't worry about Estinian, he just has low charisma score. He doesn't know how to persuade very well.
Kryl, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Oh yeah, we did learn his last name.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Oh yeah.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Ha. That's his name, Estinian Taciturn. I didn't think about how we'd learned his real last name here, because, like, it was always Wormblood before. It's like a title, probably. One of the sorts of titles that you earn in combat, or whatever. I think I knew Varlino before, because I think I've seen these names elsewhere. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Okay, you're bad at deception, not persuasion. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we really should let Kryl have her say first. We can continue this conversation at another time. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Sucro. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Even allowing the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. Yeah, Sucro's title is not used as a name. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Sucro. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than to be denied entry, after all. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Hold on, I've got to attune to this Aetheryte shard over here. Ethernet shard. Guild ship hunt. Wait. Oh, okay. Of course they have leaves. Leaves are just relegated to crafting and whatnot at this point. Let's not explore too thoroughly before we talk to Cryle. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Also have this weapon that you'll never use. Old Sharlayan, new to you. This gear would of course be useful if we were at level 80 when we got here, but we are level 90. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Sucro and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. I like all the new music a lot so far, by the way. A lot of it's just really pleasant. Oh. This is the motif of Endwalker, but like super chill. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Not just acoustic version, but like acoustic relaxing version. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. Annex. How does that sound? Is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Leveilleur estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. This is the sort of song that I would play in my apartment. I hope there's an orchestrion roll for this specific song. I'll bet you a gill that the orchestrion roll for this specific song requires you to have maximum shared fate level in all the Endwalker zones or something. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. I did really? Well, guess that's something for me to do then. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Urianger is thinking. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. Shake head. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. The wind takes me this way. But I could... Oh. Shrug. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Sucro. Sharlayan awaits. Nod. Quest accepted. Look around, but like in a guided fashion. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. In the event that you use the Ethernet, Grahatia will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Grahatia behind, however, by entering a different area. You may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. When Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Cryle. All set? then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Kryl is now also accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Kryl at the designated location. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Oh, they don't jump when I jump. This game was ruined. Those berries are the most tasty fresh gobby treats. I've never seen them before. They aren't dangerous, are they? Not at all, very safe. Safe for uplanders to yummy eat. Gobbies never lie, so let us sell our goody goods. And yeah, I have seen this mechanic before because I did the Christmas event that was post Endwalker, so. I have never seen anything in Endwalker before, basically. That's not entirely true, as I outlined before, but I'm going to be taking the heck out of my time. Or, that doesn't quite convey what I intended. I'm going to be taking my time as much as possible. Unless I get so excited that I can't. Oh, well, I'm going to attune to the aetherite anyway, so there. Oh, I simply adore sitting here and watching them unload cargo. Really gives you a sense of the Sharlayan's work ethic. Although I can't shake the feeling there are more crates than usual. Oh yeah, so you can. And yeah, this aetherite is featured in the trailer. Trying to direct Sucro or me is like ... But yeah. I'll be taking my time. I'm grateful to have Kryl's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the Last Stand is actually a very important part of the city. Wamim. Probably Wameme, actually. Greetings, traveler, and welcome to Sharlayan. If it's knowledge you seek, you've come to the right place. Who are you? I'm Wameme, an occasional lecturer at the Studium. I specialize in natural geography, including the history of the world's topography and climate transitions. I'd like to come here for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason, I'm asked for directions rather often, so I decided, why not act as a guide? What is this place? Sharlayan is the city of knowledge. Once a humble settlement founded by the Archon Yunkrep and the refugees he rescued from the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, it has since flourished into the grand metropolis you see today. Prior to the Great Exodus, it was common among Eorzeans to refer to our Dravanian colony with the shorthand Sharlayan, which resulted in the colonists unofficially dubbing our homeland Old Sharlayan, or the Old World. Alas, the name appears to have stuck. But old or new, we continue seeking knowledge from all over the world to record in the Bibliotheca Historica, among other collections of invaluable wisdom. Sucro's vibrating because of books now. Books were mentioned. Oh yeah, can I pose with them? Can I cause you to do actions by any chance? I can make you walk forward. Aww. I think Graha deserves to do the /wow emote. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Yeah, let's put that in frame to do that. Well, I guess we can't. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Remember when Guardian Deity there's an option to not lock the conversation or camera during conversations? Fascinating. Remember when the Guardian Deity actually influenced elemental defenses which existed at some point? Now it's just over here, meaning nothing. You can see that Sucro's guardian is Nofika, which is entirely because she grew up on a farm. She's not particularly devout. And I do know these days that I don't like the design of Nofika, because I know that Nofika's design is more present in the game than it was before. Thaliak is probably more of a Sucro guardian, honestly. But if you want to change your guardian, you have to spend a Fantasia. Actually, I do have multiple Fantasia in storage. I could change Sucro's guardian if I wanted to. I have those because I just got them for free when I started a new character because of various like pre-order bonuses of the past and whatnot. Okay, so there's no indication that we've already discussed the statue. That's true too. I do know that one of the raid series is like seeing all of the 12 and whatnot. So that is a piece of information I'm aware of. What do you think about statue? Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Honestly, I kind of wish I could be like, I don't want a guardian deity. None for me, thanks. Because I feel like all of them existing and like being characters that I will interact with makes me less want to have one. Because then it seems weird to me. Because I've actually met these people that I'm choosing as like a guardian deity. The statue of Thaliak is just past the Stoa. I would advise you against trying to see it from here, though. Strain yourself too hard and you're like to fall in the water. It's fine, I can breathe underwater. I hereby swear I shall become an Archon if it's the last thing I do. Good luck to you. Hey, it's snowing. It snows in Sharlayan, apparently. The Scholar. It sure does appear to be cold. The ship should be arriving soon, but I don't see anything in the offing. But yeah, I'm going to be taking my time, as I said, so expect me to run around talking to everybody. Though the waters here are calm, perils lurk below the surface. A miracle we were able to make port, able to come make port at all without floundering, really. I hope nobody minds me taking my time. I know that people are probably excited to see me see parts of Endwalker. But yeah. So this is some sort of important-ish building. This is part of Endwalker. That's true. There's the Song of Hope motif a little bit in the song. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. I'll have to look at the map closely in a second now that you mention it. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Something about... Look, I don't know when the burger was invented, but it feels like an anachronism to have a burger here. But like in a funny way. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. You all have different things to... Onto the Aetheryte Plaza we go. We just need to head up the stairs next to the last stand. The students of Baldessian would send us to investigate phenomena.
Rahatia Kenos cheeseburger?
Maybe. Maybe he can. The students of Baldessian would send us to investigate phenomena in locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin, and any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Sucro's just nodding, like, yeah, mood. Food was the least of my concerns, though now, having lived through some rather harrowing times, I've learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill. But like, oh, if your American burger is totally ordinary, if a bit out of place, and that must change the vibe of the last stand? Well, I am American. I guess I can speak as a person living in the United States of America. Maybe that makes the burger feel more out of place? I don't know. First burger invented was 1885. Huh. The more you know. Also, I feel like... with the mention of the Ken has cheeseburger, I think of all of the scions of the Seventh Dawn, Graha is the one who likes the oldest memes. If every scion had favorite memes, or like a favorite set of memes, Graha's would be the oldest ones. Like 100%. I don't know what everyone's favorite memes are specifically, but I know that Graha's favorite meme would be an old one. Sumitu Tia. Technically, another S-cat. There is a small chance that Sucro would know this person, though I don't think that's really how it works. The oven-baked lobster is one of the last stand's most famous dishes. The flavor is said to be phenomenal, but unfortunately so is the price. That's lobster, from what I know. Oh, this piece of paper actually has writing on it. Or like it has a texture of writing on it. I like the idea that this piece of paper here is intended... It's probably intended to be the menu, right? But it's written like a paragraph format essay. So I like to imagine that the menu is in fact like a 5-paragraph essay that you have to read. Y'shtola likes incomprehensible postmodernist memes. I could see that. Is that the Sharlayan spiral as a food item? Like a wacky pretzel or something? Yeah, you can sort of see the spirals in the docks that was mentioned earlier. A little bit. It looks a little bit more like weird tendrils. Sharlayan pretzel, huh? Welcome, step right in. If you placed your order, find yourself a seat and we'll be along shortly. My friends and I were just discussing the machi and the practice of black magic. Did you know that? Wait, is it morning already? How long have we been sitting here? Talking about magic at the cafe for like 8 hours or something. Is this some sort of Allegan Sharlayan briefcase? What the heck? That looks a little bit out of place too. Is that like a sandwich inside of like a tin also? Certainly appears to be. You have the look of an outsider, and I have little and less to discuss with foreign barbarians. Oh yeah, foreign barbarian this! I will use your own scorn against you. Because that's the name of the move, called Circle of Scorn, you see. You must try the Zurak, it's amazing! Best shared with the loved one, if you ask me. The coffee here is to die for, but one cannot look past their charming tea set. I recommend you order both, funds permitting. It seems like there's a fair number of... Well, I was going to say it seems like there's a fair number of Sharlayans who care about decent food these days. But this one over here who's reading a book is eating the bread, so maybe not. Who knows? Welcome to the Last Stand. As the final, and some say only, bastion of fine dining in Sharlayan, we guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. So what other sorts of culinary do we have? The bread, carrot, celery, some sort of tea maybe? Apple, pear, orange, various other stuff. You can get a real Sharlayan mug. That's kind of fun. Is that like a sign-in sheet? I guess for reservations, that would make sense. They have their food on display like it's a museum. I guess that's one way to display the menu. Now that's a 3D triangle if I've ever seen one. Oh yeah. Well, this is a slightly different Magitech suitcase, but yeah, maybe. Okay, what's the purpose of this vase that has that is shaped like a donut? And yeah, this kind of is just a Starbucks, isn't it? Not that I have the most expertise regarding a Starbucks, but... or what a Starbucks is like, but... Coffee maker? But why would a coffee maker have that shape? Fascinating, you simply must tell me more about your research. Are you researching how to juggle one apple? You're doing a great job of that, if so. Yes, everyone knows that coffee is made better is magically made better when donut. I can dispatch those two to Labyrinthos, and then I can send no one, apparently, to Thavnair. Gods, we really could use an extra pair of hands in the field. My apologies, but I can't serve anyone who isn't involved with the Guild Ship's Hunt initiative at the moment. I have enough on my plate as it is. You must meet the following requirements. Complete the side quest Elite in Dangers. Complete the main scenario quest that you're currently doing. That's kind of a cool coat, kinda. Even that neckline is too low for me though. Sucro would not wear that coat. What's up over here? You're looking for a job if you're looking for work as a gleaner and you got the right skills, then we got a job for you. A what? If gathering and crafting is your game, speak with Grigg here. He'll find you some of the most lucrative work around. Ah. That makes sense. The peristyle. Lots of crystals being carried around. A lot of people wearing this. This must be like a crafter or gatherer coat, given... Is that the last of the cargo? Given the number of people in this specific area wearing it. We couldn't tell. I'm quite busy taking stock of all this unloaded cargo. Should you need something, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. I have many more shipments left to place, so do return as soon as you're able. This guy is so grumpy about holding a box. I appreciate the number of staircases in this game that also have a ramp in the middle. I say immediately encountering one that does not. Ah, okay, I already read that one. Now, where am I intended to... Oh, right, the Aetheryte Plaza. Fair enough. Someone has a fancy scythe over there. Emperor Death. With your majestic Manderville war scythe and your Luffy cosplay. Alright then. The Aetheryte looks different from how I remember it. Dog. An unusual shape, isn't it? I keep talking to Kryl when whatever she's talking about is behind me. I assure you, however, that it's perfectly... Oh, wait, I didn't look at what the... When I said it was the Manderville scythe, it was, but it was glamored into something else. My mistake. I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason that Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. I'm gonna even set this as my home point. Hey look, someone wearing a spoiler robe a little bit. Well met, good lady. I am Basildair, one of the foremost scholars in the field of comparative mythology. It has been my life's work to scrutinize the myths of peoples from across the land and throughout the ages, trying to glimpse the truth that hides behind commonalities these timeless stories share. You sound like you could be relevant for a quest line in 6.x that is called Myths of the Realm, I believe. Don't tell me. Labyrinthos is host to numerous research facilities, so as you can imagine, I end up fielding quite the assortment of requests from the researchers. Even listing them all up for the gleaners to deal with has been a trying task. Pardon me. I coordinate the acquisition of academic supplies for the studium, and this deluge of requests for subjects from far-flung lands has given me a splitting headache. Oh, the markets. I always did look forward to seeing what new wares they had on offer. You've attuned yourself to the Aetheryte, then let's continue to the Agora. The imbeciles of the Astronomical Society have the audacity to call my sublime theories delusional. Have you ever heard such unfounded nonsense? The vast tapestry of stars in the skies above are teeming with life, and I shall prove it if it's the last thing I do. good luck to you in proving that there's aliens. I mean, we know dragons came from another star, so we do kind of have proof of that. Tell me about the confluence, wherever that is. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mr. Stataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. There's paperwork for aetherite use? Has Sucro been doing crimes without knowing? That's the entrance to the confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Yeah, something about Graha being like, I prefer the ferries, honestly, is also just kind of funny. Hello, friend. Are you enjoying the sights of the city? As a proud resident, I'm always happy when visitors take a liking to Sharlayan's many wonders. Okay, let's find out what the funny retainers have done in the last hour. Spear from the moon. You got it. You know what would be the funniest? The funniest possible new class or job that they could add at any point would be Holy Dragoon, I think. I was just thinking about how Final Fantasy IV The After Years is bad, but in a funny way, earlier. And the Holy Dragoon thing is still funny to me. Okay, I could have a retainer set to Sharlayan. I still don't entirely understand what the purpose of having retainers set to different places is. Another person juggling a single apple. Can't do gemstone trading yet. Potions. They're still useless. Maybe these are like a bit less useless? I don't know. Oh, there's the Archon loaf. It's here. I wonder what 3,829 gil is equivalent to in terms of like real world currencies. And also like relative to, it's the most expensive thing here, but if it's the most common fare eaten by students, are these the mythical college student with money? School supply components. That's funny. Luncheon coffer. Luncheon coffer? I mean, like a lunchbox, you mean? I guess. But yeah, also they sell Archon loaf at the drugstore. That might be something. Right, materia. I don't need this for any reason. Cool backpack. Making me aware that this game does not have any back items. This new armor is so heavy I can barely move a muscle. If you had muscles to move, you wouldn't be whinging like that. Full plate armoire proprietor. Yasanjin. An unusual amount of character given to this gear store owner who does not speak, simply by her stance and her gear and the people outside of the shop. Oh, my stuff is already melded completely with materia 10. I am very over-prepared. It has been this way since somewhere in 5.x, but I forget when exactly.
What? What is this?
It's materia bearing. Don't worry about it. Anything worth cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder? Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place than to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Research must needs be conducted efficiently. I surround myself with the sweet scent of flowers to calm myself down. Helps me keep an open mind, you see. Hey, whatever works, man. Sounds pretty pleasant. This is the steepest ramp that I've ever seen in my life. In this game, anyway. This would be a pain to walk up or like climb up in any sort of way. Yeah, that ramp sucks. That ramp is a safety hazard and not proper accessibility. Plus there's like 2 sets of stairs between it. God, yeah, and it's a cold region too. What happens is all the rebellious Sharlayan students start sledding down the staircases and break their arms. Oh there, Sucro. Surprised I know your name? Well, you shouldn't be. You're practically a living legend. Huh. Well, thanks, but also, like, the person at the entrance to the city had no idea who I was. This is the Nymphaeum, a monument built in tribute to water spirits known as the Nymphae. Seems rather fitting for a city that erected a towering statue of the ruler of rivers, Thaliak, no? If they have levitation spells, why can't I cast them? Discuss the water features. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. I know I can get flying mounts, but I just want to fly without one. Just let Sucro fly. Like, through her own willpower. And that too, yeah. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. The building we're looking for sits at the top of the stairs to the north of the Aetheryte. Just keep walking up and you'll reach it eventually. The district we're passing through is called Archon's Design, a name which honors the 7 individuals whose contributions were instrumental in the founding of Sharlayan. It is the city's political and financial center, and it also hosts a collection of research institutions. It is a fascinating experience to walk around the city and contrast my image of the past with the reality of the present. That's like an exceptionally fancy way of, wow, it's different than I remember. I've spent like almost an in-game day walking around, probably, judging by how the sun appears to be setting now. This is the rostra where the forum convenes. What, do you wish for a tour? Then enter and speak with one in charge of such things. Oh. Well, I'm sure that'll probably happen. Ah, what an invigorating breeze. A touch biting, perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. We did see the forum chamber, that's true. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. I saw this specific text box before somehow. I think I talked about it before, but I've already forgotten how that happened. What's going on over here? How do we feel about the forum's actions as of late? No answer. The next item on the forum's agenda is prohibition of consumption of the deleterious coffee biscuits. Who's responsible for this utterly baseless proposal? God, the snake block is always funny. Hey, what's deleterious mean? I have to check. Causing harm or damage. Not the coffee biscuits. I can only assume that this is a joke about the coffee biscuit gill exploit that was fixed. Hey, the book you're reading has text written vertically, while other paper here has been shown to be written horizontally. I wonder if this is because you're reusing a prop from like the Doman like school in the Doman Enclave or something, because it looks like a school notebook kind of thing. So today I've learned that you can pronounce schedule as schedule, and I've learned about the word deleterious. And I'm learning about Sharlayan, of course, but you know. Hey, what's up? Enjoying the view? Hey, that's Astrologian armor. I guess Astrologians are from Sharlayan, so that makes sense. Or at least some order of them is. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelons of Sharlayan society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. In the distance, someone yells, "Where's Sharlayan player housing?" Clearly, it's over here. This is where the Sharlayan player housing will be in 8.3. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Yunkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it's proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Sucro. I'm gonna go to the Leveilleur estate even though they said not to. I have to inspect how much of this is still standing after my retainers have stolen the floor 50 times. Seems like the building is, well, existing. Barging in. Hey, what's up? This is the estate of House Leveilleur. If you do not have an appointment, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. No! I'm gonna jump around and be a general nuisance instead. Flowers. Flowers are pretty neat, generally. Triple Triad Challenge. It is my honor and pleasure to both to serve Lady Ameliance. There's no more beautiful, more kind-hearted person in the realm, and I'm happy to attend to her every need. Or are you being paid to say that? That would be kind of a problem. But I mean, like, data center transfer isn't that much of an issue. I think these suit jackets are a cash shop item. Which is, you know, now that I think about it, that might be a unintentional or subtle way of conveying the wealth of the Leveilleur estate by having everyone in there in a cash-only uniform. That's fair with data center travel. Though it is kind of amusing to imagine data center travel as like an actual commute. Like Warrior of Light and Darkness sitting on a bus or like sitting in traffic to get to the dungeon. My friends and I gather here from time to time to discuss what we've been reading recently. It's truly helped us broaden our intellectual horizons. Book club! Sucro loves book. My mother told me never to talk to strangers, so I'm ignoring you. See? This is me paying you no mind at all. You're doing great, Arthur. Sorry for interrupting your not paying me any mind. I need to be attuning the Aetheryte shards. I've been not doing that. Leveilleurs even get their own dang Ethernet shard. I mean, of course they do, but... I didn't attune to this one either. But yeah, in terms of in-game time, this tour has taken over a day because I'm taking as much time as possible. Yeah, the biggest problem with world or data center transfer is probably stuff like retainers and whatnot. Which is why, if you know you're going to do a world transfer, you could send your retainers on a longer venture, so that you don't have to worry about checking in on them as much. That's my professional tip. I mean, that might not always be the case, or you might want to be able to look at them if they sell stuff, but, you know. Fair enough. I don't really like... I actually don't store that much with my retainers. At least not as Sucro. I did with my other character. But now I'm just more willing to throw everything away than I was. To vendors, at least. See that stylish, shiny new house there? It's mine! I'd say I was lucky to snag the plot from it, but no, I really do deserve it. Okay, maybe this is the player housing of Sharlayan, actually. It's in the ocean. They just throw you over the edge into the water. If you're an Omnicrafter, that definitely makes sense, I think. Information's everything. That's why I'm here chatting with anyone I can find. What, did you think I was slacking? No, I had no opinion of you prior to this conversation, in fact. Lots of nice, like, vistas and views here. Oh, the Sharlayan spiral is even in, like, the, this part of the housing. There's a term for that part of housing, but I don't know it. I was gonna say crown molding, but I don't think that's quite correct. For you, madam, I've all the time in the world. Right, we cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Wainscoting? Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Oh. That person who was talking to these two actually wandered away. There's lots of stuff going on in Sharlayan. I still feel like this particular sort of armor with like the purple circle of fire and stuff feels like a little bit out of place in this game. Not to criticize that person's fashion choices or anything, but every time I see it, I'm like, that feels like it's more like a different MMO's item. If it's deliberately designed to be out of place, that makes a lot of sense then. This is it, the Baldesion Annex. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesion Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. No, I didn't attune, or did I? Hey, it's the music I played before the stream. I'm back, and I brought Sucro and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha, it's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Sucro. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunjika, it's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesion. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ejika? I think that's Eureka? is where Ejika was? Maybe? Yeah, okay, you're telling me that now. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. I won't, it's too boring. Sorry. Too boring for me specifically, anyway. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. Shores. I was reading that as if it was going to continue into something. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Nod. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Questioning head tilt. Oh, I don't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers inside are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they become known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. And yeah, this is the inn, and it's the only inn with unique music, I think. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Nod. I've just noticed that Sucro's new outfit is contrasting colors with Graha's outfit. So her new outfit seems to be fitting in quite well at the moment. Do you have papers posted on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. We are to create a future for the students of Baldessian and so many others. We must look to the days ahead. Oh yeah. One of Sucro's outfits has Daidoko's casting gear, which is the same model as the healing gear, but with a different color scheme by default. Welcome back, Sucro. Ready for a nap? As Graha explained, the Andron's rooms were furnished for folks needing a break from all-night research or recently returned from expeditions. The students are used to seeing those walls plastered with articles and diagrams and personal messages, but I imagine it's quite a surprise for our newer guests. Why not take them down, you ask? Well, it's often the same people who stay in these chambers after all. Besides, when I see old notes written by friends who've since passed, it's comforting in a way, as if they're still here with us. Oh, and just to be clear, these are properly appointed bedrooms. Any mention of naps is not meant to dissuade you from getting a full night's sleep. Clean sheets and warm blankets await. Rest as long as you like. So this is the Sharlayan Inn. There are indeed various papers and stuff on the wall, as well as a painting of a behemoth, apparently. Blackboard and orchestrion, science equipment, book equipment. table. Fainting couch, I guess. And so on. Even some crystals. But yeah, Sucro's summoner outfit currently has the Diadocos coat dyed soot black. Is that Ifrit? Why is there a poster of Ifrit howling in an eclipse? Oh, there's a text on that too. That isn't a readable font, but I can't tell exactly what it says. Like, this is 100% legible and readable because we know what this font is. I think. The Demon of something by 7B? Maybe? Like, that might be a title and a signature? Or like an attribution? It's either by or on. The Demon of something. Hey, money. By the way, someone else passed by wearing the new cash shop item set, which is, I don't think I've mentioned it, but it's also kind of funny. I think I have picture. Yeah. The Magitech attire. This is what it looks like on Sucro. I think it's very funny that they made headphones and this is what it looks like when Kat wears headphones. They work on Vieira too, who wear them similarly. They really sat down and decided, okay, we have to solve how animal ear people wear headphones. And also this coat with like an unnecessary belt hanging off the back of it. But also you could very easily use these items to create lo-fi Sucro over here. There's also like a belt that's sort of like hanging off the low part of the jacket for some reason. There's a lot of belts going on here. This must be where all the belts that they deleted from Endwalker wound up. The coat makers found them and made them into fashion accessories instead of anything else. Remember belts? I legitimately kind of forgot that belts were an equipment slot that existed until like yesterday. Anyway, Sucro's going to take a nap. And you can't stop her. And I'm going to BRB. Hello. This music is so peaceful. And Sucre looks so peaceful having a nap there, but it's time to wake up and stand on the bed and then talk to people, I guess, probably. And once again, we are in an inn where the esthetician can be summoned. There's also a ladder. Oh, there's actually stuff up there. I didn't even notice. Crates of book and crystal and a globe and a astrology implement. The esthetician isn't omnipresent. You can't use a crystal bell on the first. So many book. I should attune to this. Oh, there's a lot going on in here. Hey, it's a depiction of Good King Moggelmog, real. In the style of some sort of, it actually does say Good King Moggelmog the 12th in text there. This is entirely readable. Hold on. Again, I'm not perfect at reading this font. Oh, Good King Moggelmog. I can read that part. I can read there's something about the Promised Land. Yeah, that's fun. Depiction of various things. Map of authored. Allegan stuff. Cube. Map of everything except for the center of the map. Depiction of some sort of fey entity. Over here, I think. Other maps. Star chart. That is a fancy world map. Oh yeah, you're right. That probably is... Well... No, that's not exactly like Eos or Selene. Actually, no, that's pretty different from them. Unless you mean like the ultimate one. How do you pet Glamour again? I figured it out. Yeah, Eos is fairly different from that fairy. I was gonna check Seraph as well. Seraph is also fairly different from that fairy. Yeah, so that's neither of them. Anyway. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Kryl has always been a voice that I haven't had a good idea of how to do, either. I might be slipping in and out of how much I try to distinguish everyone's voices.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
Luckily, Endwalker also has more voice acting than previous parts of the game did.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
And what were you delayed by, Urianger?
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
Does it guarantee that? I mean, it increases the chances of that, but I wouldn't go so far as to call that a guarantee. I know that large government bodies can have a lack of diverse opinions.
The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Okay, so we have distinct political parties. Bibliotheques.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
I think Galef has been mentioned in the context of 14 before, but not really that often. But yeah, of course Kryl's grandfather is Galef.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Interesting.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Moon. Nod.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve.
So it's
Our
clear.
future may depend on it.
So it is clear from, or it seems to be clear from what evidence and knowledge we have currently, that something is up in Sharlayan, and we need to figure out what that is if we're going to get any help from them at all. Because the entire government unanimously voted that something else was more important. Okay, interesting. No idea what that could be.
As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
I'm going to assume that the answer to every question is the moon, because it's funnier that way.
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Sharlayan happy-go-lucky is probably not a phrase I would use to describe the island of Sharlayan as a whole.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas. namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
Seems to be art of Azizla there, as well as other Allegan sorts of relics and whatnot.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavner.
You could have chosen to avoid the extreme close-up on the very pixelated map texture, if you wanted to.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Seems bad. We gotta deal with that pretty quick.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
We could also use help figuring out how to deal with the spires.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavner would seem the obvious choice.
You got it.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Fair.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
Well, I know where I need to go because only one specific place requested the Blessing of Light. And also,
Though
like,
it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
I see. I'm not sure why you need me to lead the Sharlayan investigation, but I'm determined to do stuff.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
All right.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
That's true. Like, for storytelling purposes, it makes sense for Sucro to be present, but within the context of the story, I'm not entirely certain yet why she has to be there to investigate Sharlayan, but okay.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material.
Books?
I will help with that.
It seems to involve a lot of books, yes.
I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Double nod.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Seems like the Thavner crew is... Well, we did see Thancred and Urianger in there in the trailer, so that makes sense.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Up to a point, because we have to do the other thing too.
The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Nod.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Nodding and determined emotes. Nod. Well, my personal thought is that Thavner sounds more directly, definitely urgent. So I'm leaning towards that one first. That seems like it would make sense to me. Unlike the previous early expansion story fork, I have no idea what this one is leading towards, so I can't be like, yeah, one of these is a better introduction to the expansion than the other in my opinion. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper and with the greatest of care. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Hitting the books, is this option? Though I have read much on the subject of Radza town, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hanesh mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavner. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. For Thavner bound. A blend of yogurt and spices, this refreshing drink is infused with the mellow sweetness of the amra fruit. Intriguing. Thavner first it is, since no one has objected to that. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Questioning head tilt? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. Moonbrida was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Shake head. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Or Kite, maybe. One of the two. I did not expect this plot point to return in this way. Moonbrida gets mentioned occasionally, but I didn't expect this part to happen. This might be sad. Crystal. Crystal. What's up? I'm researching the Far East in Kanto. Here's a bit of trivia for you. It is made of timber. Is that not absolutely fascinating? Why, what a mysterious and exotic land such a place may be. I don't remember what that is. The study of teleportation requires a firm grasp of the fundamentals of ether, so I make it a point to study the papers of those who have come before me. I'm currently studying a treatise written by Ijika Sunjika, truly a luminary of his field. Teleport wizards. Oh, do you mean like this Ethernet shard, probably? The Studium? I'll go there eventually. I know that timber is wood. I mean, that's not what I was asking. Or not what I was saying. I forgot what the Tenkanto was. I wasn't forgetting what timber was. Though, the idea of forgetting what timber is kind of funny, but also not entirely impossible. There's so many books down there. Introducing the new job in the next expansion, Teleport Wizard. I could see myself forgetting what the word timber means, because there are just those times when... There are times when one forgets something that they would consider to be a basic piece of knowledge. Like just forgetting a word, etc. Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl and the students of Valdesian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Questioning head tilt. Test subjects? Oh, you haven't heard? Or you hadn't heard? Well, then allow me to explain. In order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been! For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it! We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other is over in Yeddelmad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzet Han, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous. For you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Yedlamad? Okay. Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the lifestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Meanwhile, in the other room, Y'shtola coughs. Like twice, and doesn't really understand why. Sneezes, maybe. But it's plain you aren't most people. Heh, Mr. Kryl truly knows how to pick 'em. Oh yeah, Thancred too. That's true. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilfson and Mistress Blawida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. Huh. I see. A large-scale project headed by the Forum, who's being mysterious, that involves teleporting. Secret teleport project for the Forum who refuses to help anyone avoid the end of the world. Clearly, they're trying to figure out teleportation to another world so they can just leave and continue being neutral and survive. That's my wacky theory for this moment. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Yeah. Hit the live stream. In case you were wondering, the Aetheryte still functions like a normal one. It's just been upgraded to allow unattuned travel. I'll see you there shortly. Though words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnair. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I'll trust in Kryl. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. Imagine if this had a very small chance to actually, like, delete your character. This game wouldn't do something like that, but it'd be kind of funny.
Right, we're all set.
Oh, I was fairly close with her voice. Or at least her general attitude.
Just the four of you, was it?
Mostly the attitude.
I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our three travelers could line up here, please.
If this were a different part of Final Fantasy XIV, this random part would not be voiced. Probably.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Your voice sounds familiar, though. Beep.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Oh.
What?
What? Thinker just doing the thinking. I mean, Urianger just doing the thinking pose.
Teleportation, yeah, Tilda.
Yeah, Tilda. I love Urianger just doing the think pose for like a second before that happened. Suddenly, a cut to the PSO loading screen. Okay, maybe not. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, Tilda.
I was wondering, how are they going to draw the line to indicate teleportation? They just teleport the marker. That's cute.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han.
Hello again, Hades.
Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Okay,
Now
my hands are
across
still
this
here.
Vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oof. Stinian is just here normally.
What is this?
What was that line that just happened? I missed it because of Barry. Urianger's dead. Oh, it's the wacky comedy theme. First instance of it actually showing up. Ilsabard, Thavner. Oh, what chance was the line that was covered, I guess. Ugh. Hey, this is more sickness than we were expecting. Well, we got here.
Fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Sucrodai.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Stinian is proving to be very helpful and practical. But he still hasn't cleaned his spear.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Note?
Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no. Alphino buying a katana too. Sucro is fine. Determined to not let Istinian spend all of the money. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Istinian in time? No, he's already at the junkmonger. Oh no! I had to attune. Stinian, Stinian, don't spend the money. Don't do it. You there, I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. By the Manusia, a traveler. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. Manusha. Okay, thank you. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and using gestures deny that the deal is fair. Estinian, no. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Wah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. Or lassie, I don't know. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Lassie? Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Lassie. Okay. A teensy-weensy touch, she says. Not even my hardest night's drinking comes close. Urianger, just in like this position, saying nothing. Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients. This amra flavored lassi is boasted to settle unruly stomachs. I have brought Pepto-Bismol for you. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. Yeah, I won't know how to say any words, and I apologize for that. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Justinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. This stuff seems pretty potent if it worked that instantly. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. The lassie truly worked wonders. Nod. Back on your feet, I see. I've spent 1,000,000 gil. Thy hair? Oh. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. Right, you did have a ponytail in the trailer, I think. And yeah, it is the Sharlayan etherite type. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Questioning head tilt. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Are all Honish merchants so unscrupulous? Or I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. Do we make fun of Istinian or wonder about the prices? This is the true decision of gaming. I don't think we have enough evidence to claim that all merchants here are doing this. I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, the nation of Radzatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkosadara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Honish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in... Scrolling up to see what the pronunciation was said to be again. I can't find it. I'm bad at reading. Thank you. Yedlamad? Oh, I see. I swapped around the L and the I when I tried to read it the first time. I don't think I have dyslexia, but I misread the order of letters. Gedlamat. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Kairusians removed from me my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. That's probably true. Also, L and I in particular are probably pretty easy to misread. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Sucro, the pier is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. There are certain words that are not appearing in my mind currently to remember what they are, that I always had a lot of trouble spelling. I think silhouette is one of them. I would always misspell that word, though that one's pretty understandable too, probably. Oh, you can have like a peacock mount. I didn't know that. It's not a word I have trouble with these days, but I remember that when I was younger, like much younger, like way younger, hey look, it's the fruit that was made of. When I was much younger, I had a lot of trouble spelling the word unfortunately. And I have a distinct memory and evidence of, like, in an ancient story I wrote in like the 3rd grade, I've spelled it in a whole bunch of different ways, including unfortunately. In my work keeping stock of inventory, I can see exactly how bad business has gotten. It makes me depressed. Okay, so business is bad now. With the trade routes closed off, merchants are being forced to just sit on their stock. I'm buying what I can of their perishables, but their coin purses are not the only ones to have suffered. So trade routes are closed off as well. Okay. The crate is laden with fruits, but they're on the verge of spoiling as if they've been left too long. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes, hey, it's that word I just said, of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Not many visit here from other shores anymore. Even Alnair has seen few merchant ships in its docks, and has felt the loss of coin they bring most keenly. So there's a lack of boat happening as well, it would seem. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Khazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Khazal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. I feel like I'm having a little bit of trouble reading in general today. So that might just be, in general, something that I have trouble with sometimes. I used to earn a living unloading cargo, but hardly any merchants come from off-island these days. I've got no idea how I'm supposed to make ends meet now. What's in here? Is there truly naught to be done with the silks that remain? And what of our stores of perishables? What shall we do with them? Sell them, that's what. At cost if we must. A tad drastic, don't you think? The tavern may yet pay full price. Oop, I missed. Let me try again. Oop, I missed. I don't think you can jump on this boat. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naraner. You know, that explains a lot about why people aren't doing business here, because there's Tower of Hell. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. The Radiant Host? What's that? I'm guessing we will probably learn what that is. I hear plenty of talk here on the docks, most of it bad. I try to stay cheerful, but it's hard to keep your trunk up in the midst of so much doom and gloom. Taking unnecessary routes to get to places. Yeah, I think stuff like that is probably stuff I'm gonna learn eventually. And questions I ask about stuff like that are mostly rhetorical. What do you expect me to do? The Dalmaskins aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out there. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Ah, but this will be an enormous loss. All right, forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all of these things, Khazal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Nope, sorry. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Khazal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Shrug. Foreign vessels won't come to us. Why not use our own to deliver the wares to them? It's not so simple, Khazal, and besides, everyone is in the same boat. Everyone! I accidentally changed my targeting. What's up, Matsya? Can I help? I love to help. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Khazal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Khazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I'm adventurer. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Khazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. It's one of these. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedlamad. I will observe you and learn. Matsya is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives.
Fish salesman event.
True. I feel like we might have some trouble selling anything with the situation as it is. But I'll do my best. It's wacky comedy time, so maybe it'll work out. Oh, yes? Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you, too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeeded in making a sale. Don't just charge up to people being like, I got fish! Ah! You have to engage them in conversation first. Extremely Dark Souls text appearing on the screen. Fish sold. Imagining if Sucro took the other path in this conversation of just like sprinting up to people, yelling fish, and then slapping them with a trout or something. Comedy fish attack. This is always happening in comedy. Fish are bludgeoning weapons. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance?
Shine get, goat in, fish sold.
True. If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Amra Shmamra. Come see my beautiful fish. Tasty, yummy! God, no. What do you need so many Amra for? Anyone who understands what I just quoted gets a free cookie. If they have one to give to themselves, because I don't know how to send those over the internet. I think I got the quote right. Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. This and that, you say? How interesting. If only I had actually completed the gambling minigame, this would be a great time to suddenly put that on the screen. I still have this scene, which I was going to use for that. Or at least in part. You can't actually bet channel points though. It's not real. One day maybe. Anyway. All of it wears me down and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Are you sure you're actually hungry? I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. Took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oh. I thought... never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? I thought I was going to lead into fish from there. So you can fail, huh? I thought I was gonna be like, I know how you feel, and I know just the thing. It's not what you're looking for, but I do have some fresh fish for you. So, actual question, not rhetorical. Does anything happen if you fail at selling fish too much? Do you, like, die? Do you get a game over? Does your computer get hit with a heat-seeking missile? Tis a storehouse like any other at first glance, yet in contrast to its scale, there's a distinct lack of activity. The writing is different, that's it. Azama. Let's try this again. Presumably you don't just charge in yelling about fish. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh gods, my stomach. Ugh. Are you okay? Ether sickness? No, it's nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier, eat more slowly, and savor your food. Shake head. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. So I'm working as hard as I can while I still can, the better to be prepared. What an industrious young man you are. Well, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Take care. What? Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Let us return to the pier. Maybe you are supposed to just charge forward and yell, "Fish!" And then, like, use a giant, oversized comedy fish to, like, bludgeon them through the earth. I don't know. Sucro's not a merchant. Sucro just wants to be kind to people. Me saying the "what an industrious young man you are" thing was me attempting to think, well, maybe this option will somehow lead to fish because it's counter to what I've been doing with regard to trying to sell fish. But no, it was wrong. Instead. Sorry, I sold one fish. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the three people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Nod. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should it be but Matsya? Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't many options. At this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? Shake head. I'm sorry, Matsya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage, somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. We'll meet Matsya again later, and because we only sold one fish, Matsya will be, like, on fire or something. And the game will be like, these are the consequences of your actions. Video games love to do things like that. There you are. Gotten over the ether sickness, have you? Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I learned how not to sell fish. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal, Business as usual for the Telophoroi. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's an Arcosodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arcosodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akyali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Determined Thancred. And now Matsu dies because we only sold 1 fish instead of 3. And the game sends me a strongly worded email. Somehow. You do not see Matsu nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Right, I don't have flight in these zones. Good thing I have a motorcycle that goes slightly faster, though. It's either compass time again. Hello, and welcome. You do not see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone! Help, somebody, help! Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. It's not quite ether compass time yet, because I have more pressing concerns. Elephant. Ah! Angry elephant. Oh yeah, Endwalker battle theme. I forgot. Rock of Ages, that's video game. I forgot it was time for a new battle theme. They're enjoyable so far. I mean, I've made it to Endwalker, so... This is the first part of the game where I truly have no idea what's going on. Well, for the most part. I was trying to listen to the battle theme, but I got self-conscious when I saw someone watching me stare at an elephant. I guess we'll be hearing it in a second regardless. The first actual part of the game that I didn't know much about was like 5.2 and like some of the side quests and stuff, but I've just started Endwalker today. And I know very little about 6.0. So I'm excited. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arcosodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. Nod. A question, if I may. Also nod. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Ah. I only played 1.0 very slightly, so I don't know that much about 1.0 and 1.x, truthfully. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. Hello, the first dungeon. I know of this because of previews prior to Endwalker's release, showing the Tower of Zot. Also because that's a Final Fantasy IV reference. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge, and fish. Yeah, I do know that there are a lot of FF4 references around. I mean, we're gonna go to the moon after all. So, FF4 also went to the moon. It's the Final Fantasy with the moon in it. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akyali? Nod. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. I will. Thanks. I will be sure to keep an eye out, and I'll definitely enjoy. So 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyali. Maybe I should be on the lookout for ether currents again. I almost forgot that this was a mechanic I would be needing to interact with. It seems like it is across a ravine that I cannot cross from this place, so, you know. Funny birds are here and mad at me. I also forgot about the mechanic of enemies getting mad at me because I'm finally in level range for a place that I'm at, sort of, due to being level 90 way too early. I'll worry about the ether currents not as a priority. Yeah, a lot of the places in this game are just really pretty. This is a nice place too. Whoops. Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to this storied heritage giveth them new life. Sure, I can catch a few fish if I take the boat out, but I've got nowhere to sell them. And even though I do what I can to preserve them, all they end up doing is filling my storehouse instead of filling my pockets. Welcome to our village, traveler. Is there anything I can help you with? Who are you? I'm a fisher, and a good one at that. I'll reel you in the biggest catch from the open sea, or something smaller by the shore if you'd prefer. Your choice. Now, if only I were as skilled with a rudder as I am with a net. Some days I find myself so far from shore that I miss the morning rush at the bazaar. What is this place? This is the fishing village of Akyali. You can think of it as the fisher's Yedlamad. Every single time I read that name, I have to, like, stop and look at the L and the I in the center and reprocess what order they're in. Which is perhaps not a helpful analogy for foreigners. Of course, we've had few merchants coming to either port since that horrible tower appeared, not to mention the kidnappings. When I'm out on the water, I can usually forget about my woes, but no chance of that with that giant eyesore looming near. I hope they tear the hideous thing down soon. Mark you that platform out on the water. Some manner of shrine, perhaps? Oh, maybe. Trying though times may be, we must keep our hearts calm as the gods have taught us. For instance, the scriptures speak of a light within. When darkness falls, we must look to ourselves, not others, to illuminate our way. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to speak with Kanga and old Hasvida. They're free at the moment, as it happens. I would advise saying little about the story, even in broad strokes, just to be safe. That seems like a good idea to me. You want to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeing the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. Huh. I'm guessing this probably has some basis in like real-world mythology and religion. But I don't know specifics, because I don't know a lot of things. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust? Nod. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Aha. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindurava, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandurava. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindurava, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Based somewhat on the Magus sisters of 4. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Yes, actually, this was where I was expecting this, because, the Tower of Zot was previewed prior to Endwalker, and I did see it. And the boss fight. Like, not the details of how the fight works, or like everything in the dungeon. But at that point, I wasn't trying to avoid pre-release spoilers for whatever reason. Probably because I wasn't currently subscribed to the game or like planning to stream the entire thing. I think? Probably? I don't remember. I have no perception of time. But yeah, I did know about this actually. In like fashion to the Mansu... I've been misreading that, I think. The Manusia. Maybe I haven't? The deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radzatan, forged a covenant with dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. Manusia? I have difficulty with pronouncing things, so... You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance. Manusia? An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay. One of the categories of subject that I struggled with the most... Thank you for petting Calico. One of the subjects, or categories of subjects, that I struggled with the most when I was in school was foreign language. So, for whatever reason, I have a lot of difficulty, like, learning and memorizing the pronunciation of words and so on that are... Well, I have some difficulty with English too, and that is the language that I speak. Language is difficult. And for some reason, learning... Well, for some reason, I say, learning a new language is understandably especially difficult, I would say, but... Can I just... Yeah, okay. Ow. But I seem to have like an extra amount of trouble learning a new language for whatever reason. I feel bad about it at times, but I do my best. And so I also have difficulty with, like, pronouncing words I'm unfamiliar with, and remembering how to say things, and so on. Oh. It's funny that I attuned and then turned around and noticed this when I think I did that backwards. If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What in the world?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
That's a good emote. I had to look closely to see what it was, but someone just flopped on their face. Seems pretty useful.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
This is silly.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Excited for science.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
That does seem extremely important.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Explaining.
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderuva!
Cinderuva. That's how you... Okay.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
It does seem to be a shield against tempering also, yeah.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Comedy time!
Congealed blood I see on your weapon.
Estanian, you should have cleaned your dang spear!
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
Oh dear.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
High jump!
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
No? No jump? Rihanna did the pay respects animation.
Oh dear, your poor
Oh dear.
companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Nod.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the
Nidana.
alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Nod. I can't believe they actually called out Estinian for not cleaning his dang weapon. I cannot see that sinister-looking spire while I'm working, but it's always there, lurking in the back of my mind. Picked an odd time to be traveling, didn't you? Well, if there's anything you need to know, ask away. I am but one of the many alchemists who live and work here. I was once a botanist, but found alchemy calling to me every time I came by to deliver ingredients. Though I at first struggled with even the most basic alchemical compounds, I have somehow managed to earn my place at the Great Work. There's always room to improve both the science and the self, however. This is the Great Work, first built by the Daemir family, a line of renowned alchemists. Now people come from across the land to study and practice the science of alchemy in these halls. Each alchemical concoction has a storied history behind it, but we are not simply content to rest on the laurels of the past. We are ever improving and inventing new formulas for the benefit of all. Neat. They say that horrible fiends have been seen flying out of that tower. I'm preparing antidotes for the Radiant Host in the event that some of them might be venomous. Good plan. It is said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. Mayhap we should have acquired some from Matsya. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration, but on this occasion I'm glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Estinian. Pray pay me no mind. I am here that I may be of service, nothing more. You seem suspicious, child. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Sucro is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater their resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your Blessing of Light come in. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We only ask that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Nod. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. Nod. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Good luck with the test. I shall remain here to assist the other alchemists. Someone has a hippo cart. Well, this is not where I'm supposed to be, but that's fine. Living as we do in such sweltering climes, we have to check on the ingredients often to make sure that the heat and humidity haven't caused anything to spoil. The fishers in Nakyali are still supplying us with food and materials, but I was shocked to hear we're the only customer they have left. Perhaps we should increase our orders. Procuring the raw materials for our work has proven difficult recently. We have ample stores, of course, but with little trade coming in from outside, I wonder how long they will last. This is the part of the video game where I have to go up, but I don't have flight, so I will be endlessly lost forever. No, never mind, I found a ramp. That's probably correct. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I have a motorcycle. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Readying ether. Please stand back. Like how far back? Ready to discharge. Test subjects, please gather near. You're struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Rest well, and thanks for stopping by. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. I will. Wow, it's almost been 4 hours already. I didn't even realize. I need to make sure not to stream too much at once. But I can keep going for a bit. No ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding? Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Probably go for another hour or so. That seems reasonable. Or when there's an obvious good stopping point. Yeah. Gotta pace myself with streaming Endwalker. No ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. And then somehow the lantern pulls out a gun. Might be wise to finish this work and call it a night. Well, we'll see how much longer that takes. You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your composure and your humors. I did it. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Having exhausted all of its ether, the drunken Deepa is now having a well-earned rest. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Nod. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we've exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arkasodara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. Leave it to me. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kadyaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Yeah, the kidnappings have been mentioned. The Manusia? Not seeing the word directly in front of me makes me immediately forget what the word is. Have been mentioned as targets of kidnapping, and the fisherman that we helped, the fishmonger, almost got kidnapped. So yeah, things aren't going too well. Because the tower is the Tempered Imperials are kidnapping them to fuel the tower to summon their gods. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Sucro! Yep. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Nod. Good, good. Let's continue on. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. I could probably gather an ether current. But again, I'll probably worry about that a bit later. Lizard. And here we are, Kadyaya's footsteps. Kadyaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know. They come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. I think they're probably likely to return immediately, actually. Given how persistent they appear to be. From what we know so far. I'll gather the herb as quickly as I can. Please stand guard for me. In fact, it would be a fascinating development if nobody showed up. Maybe nobody will. Folding arms, looking.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
Arkasodra, got it. I will forget this immediately.
When the Aura came to
by
these
accident.
shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined
Hopefully
forces.
not.
Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
Arkasodra.
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hyur from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Dang it.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Hmm? Oh, you, of course.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name?
I'd like to remind you of this image that I drew and showed earlier, now that Fandaniel is back on screen, because this is accurate, I think. Anyway.
Oh, something. Owen?
Owen.
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
This is new.
Allowing them to
Well-
construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
Different voice? Fandaniel? This is new.
I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
We did know he was an Ascian, but he hasn't done this before.
Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Huh. I don't really know what any of that means, but it's concerning. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I also don't quite remember what was being referred to. I assume he means Owen, which is a name that has shown up at some point, somewhere. But, as always, my memory... I cannot find that particular fact in it. Sucro, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Another errand. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nadana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. Is that anything like Adder's Skull? What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Sucro, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Leave it to me again. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainwa. He will furnish you with the ore. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about the Giant Skull weapons. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nadana? Mistress Nadana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. I truthfully completely forgot about the Giant Skull weapons. Despite his tender years, Varshan is thoughtful and dependable. It's easy to see why he was chosen to be the Satrap's attendant. I have a suspicion that Varshan is actually a dragon in disguise. That's my current wacky theory of this particular segment of the story. I took the incorrect route, but that's fine. There's definitely, like, Varshan is definitely suspicious, I would say. Here are our Hamsa, Sucro. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavner, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let us be off. If you hadn't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. This looks extremely silly. And also very uncomfortable because you have to... That doesn't look comfortable, yeah. Like, in any way. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga, a word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manusya against the Murga before it was cast down at Conflict's End. This is funny. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Sucro's complete blank face during this. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. Sucro has a completely blank face while waddling on this bird. Or while this bird waddles forward and she sits on the bird. Or whatever I'm trying to say. I guess I expected the Magus sisters, and they look cool. I like their designs in this. If they were just straight up the Magus sisters with no changes, that would be funny and also ridiculous. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Sounds like a PvP zone over here in the background music. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, and we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. And definitely not also me, but I'm continuing to be in disguise by being somebody else now. My theory is getting more ridiculous, maybe. Oh, is that what the Radiance armor is? I didn't realize it was... Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't make that connection. My retainers have given it to me before. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. Nod. And whom might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Sukrofunk, of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? Bad. Yeah, my retainers have given me a lot of Lunar Envoy stuff too. In fact, they gave me Lunar Envoy stuff on this very stream today. A spear. A Blethwaza gave me a Lunar Envoy spear today. Like, mere hours ago. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Nod. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Vashan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Salute. So Varshan is like secretly... My wacky theory is Varshan is secretly a dragon. Or somehow secretly the satrap. Probably not both. But probably like the dragon in disguise of like a rotating disguise of... Definitely not the dragon. That's my guess. This is the fellow that carried you hither. Its breathing is somewhat ragged, perhaps due to its inexperience as a mount. Oh no. Get a good rest, you fellow. The last monster that came out of the tower laid waste to the hatchery, slaughtering many good Hamsa. The poor creatures didn't deserve it. All appears quiet with the tower at the moment. I dare say the soldiers won't mind if you approached them. Ah, I've heard about you. The visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. They just want to destroy everything. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Hell yeah. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared when it did on the Isle of Narinair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Not particularly well. Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me that I've yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yes. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. My thanks not only for the information, but for accompanying Varshan besides. While he's wise beyond his years, he's still a child, and we couldn't bear to see him come to harm. When the tower first appeared, we sent scouts on a boat to investigate, but it quickly became apparent that something was amiss. One after another, our comrades were corrupted. We could only look on in horror as they slew each other. Ah, those demented fools. If they want to go to hell, they can bloody well arrange their own passage, and leave the rest of us out of it. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razatan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamsa hatchery to mount it again. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess. So wait, where am I going again? I immediately forgot. Follow the road east. Having to have this really, like, wide sitting stance in particular strikes me as probably uncomfortable. That's a very specific location. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsa dashes off. Fair enough. We have to get ready to work nice and early here. After all, the sun's rays are far too strong at midday to get anything done. Although that doesn't stop us being made to work till dusk anyway. Of course, once we've dug deep enough, I bet it'll be all lovely and cold down there. Wonder if there isn't something we could do to speed things up. Something tells me you're not here to buy Giant Skull. Pity. What is it then? I'm a stonemason here at the quarry, just like my father before me. It's dangerous work, but I take pride in providing Thavnair with the quality Giant Skull we're famed for. As you've like as not gathered, this is where we quarry Giant Skull. It's sturdy and conducts ether like no other stone, so it makes for fine armor and weapons. I'd direct you to the Hamsa Hatchery for livelier sightseeing fare, but those nightmares from the tower destroyed it. It's only a matter of time before the same happens here, like as not. I am actually kind of here to buy Giant Skull. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenwa. Is there something you require? Giant Skull. Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Oh, is there an ether current? I can't pan the camera around too much. Oh yeah, there it is. So there is. I'll grab ones that are right next to me. Oh. It has been some time since I attuned to the ether. The current, the ether current, the wind, you know, one of those sets of words. Sorry, Zainwa, I had to go over there. Zaina? Zainhua? I don't know. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. You got it. Dommel? Thavnarian Jamel. Okay. Oh. Oh. A mark. An elite of the one with the fruit on the tail. And bird. There's always bird. It's so weird to be exploring a location in this game that I've never seen before. It hasn't been since like the release of Shadowbringers that's happened. Oh, there's a relevant quest here. An ether current quest of some kind. I think I decided during Shadowbringers that I would be covering ether current quests on stream. Ouch. So that'll probably stay true for this, but not right now. Ah, welcome back, Sucro. Dare I hope you have the Giant Skull? A hempen sack filled to the brim with chunks of the purest Giant Skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Gasp.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
There was a nod, by the way.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration.
They mention the dawn a lot, I'm noticing, in various, in this part of the game. So perhaps it's no surprise that the next expansion announced was Dawn Trail. I'll have to keep an eye out for that being more relevant as I continue. See if they keep bringing up that word and theme.
The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Wow.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
Yeah.
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a
Yeah.
broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Justinian knows a lot about vengeance. And yeah, I'm getting that impression that those are major themes.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
They are kind of talking like every person ever sometimes just gets the urge to destroy the world. I don't know so much about that, but
as will I.
They might be exaggerating a little
Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Shrug. Sucro's gonna bring everyone who, hey, you get back here! Sucro's gonna bring hope to everybody, but hey!
What is it? What did you see?
I saw Fandaniel.
Clown!
That's right.
Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
I need to remember that I have that button. Yeah. I guess I'm done with this, but the way they explained it made it sound much more than, or made it sound like much more than I'm done with this, is all.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one!
Oh, they did it.
At long last!
Now we just need a bunch more of those.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
It's the fire emblem. Not really, but that's like the... Okay, I wasn't the only one who thought the fire emblem immediately. How does one search for an image of the emblem itself? Because searching for Fire Emblem merely means you get pictures of the game. What if I type emblem twice? Okay, that actually did work. No, the WebP file. Gah. Does parentheses object actually work? I do not know. I just searched Fire Emblem emblem. The double emblem. Somehow I'd already forgotten that the Fandaniel kill image was in the image spot. Behold, the warding scale. Fairly similar, though.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
It really is.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
That's fair too.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Or why can you be super rude here and say, oh, you needn't ask? That's incredibly rude to say. But let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Everyone nods.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
I'm sure Fandaniel will tell us all about his mischief as soon as he has any in
I'll have one
mind.
of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
I'm guessing by this point, someone who was level 80 would now be level 81. I didn't notice that this quest was called Tipping the Scale now. God dang it. It's time to tip the scales! Hold on. I have a soundboard for this.
Robin!
There we go. That's me. I'm Robin. Not that one. But I did effectively, in a roundabout way, name myself after that Robin, which is a story I think I've told before. As a recap, when I played Undertale, I was unsure of the protagonist's gender, not being completely certain that there was no stated gender for the protagonist. And as a result, I went for a gender-neutral name when prompted to name them. Robin being the first one I thought of, because of Fire Emblem Awakening using it for either available gender of the protagonist. And then, playing Undertale as a character named Robin, I discovered that I liked being addressed as Robin, and then I tried using it as my name, and now it's my name. The satrap has granted you the use of this boat. May it serve you well. Well, thank you for saying that. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, thank you. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. I think I will actually BRB now, first. Hello. Yeah, it would make sense. I was wondering if this... I know this is the first dungeon. I was wondering if this dungeon would be soon. But there weren't enough people here to facilitate a light party if you're not a tank. I mean, if you are a tank, because Thancred's a tank. So it would only make sense if everyone was gathered here for the dungeon to take place. Unless someone, like, appears out of nowhere. Like, Graha just, like, slowly rises out of the ground inexplicably. I don't know. First dungeon is always after the expansion fork. That's fair. So I guess we won't get to the first dungeon today, most likely. But once I get to the end of this plot fork, that sounds like a
The tower's influence.
good point to, yeah, stop at.
Any moment now.
Cool barrier.
It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
I'm guessing, well, in expansion fork, referring to like how in Shadowbringers, for example, you had to go see what Alizé was up to and go see what Alphino was up to before you got to the first dungeon of Holminster's Switch. And in this case, we have to do this part where we're going to Thabner and also do the part where we investigate Sharlayan before we get to the first dungeon of the Tower of Zot. This one seems like it, if this one is close, if this part of the fork, as it were, is close to being over, this one seems like it's about as much time as the Shadowbringers one took.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
I don't recall being that in that being in Stormblood though.
A few more steps.
I don't think this is going to go well. Somehow.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
Oh right, I forgot about that part of Stormblood.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
And then Nadana immediately gets grabbed through the opening in the gate, right? Right? Yep. Zucker just sprints into the dungeon solo. It's fine. Sucro is very cool and she can manage to do this. That's bad. That's not good.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Shield bash Van Daniel off the cliff. Paladin has become my main job for everything at the moment. Oh, no. That's bad. I shuffled...
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
I shuffled jobs around a lot, but I ended up settling on Paladin. Which surprised me, because I was very anxious about tanking at first. But, yeah, I've been mostly sticking with Paladin for a while now. I do have jobs of each other role leveled up for role quests, though. I've got Summoner, Reaper, Scholar, and Dancer. Took me a second.
The similarities are striking.
It really is like the Fire Emblem. I love that series.
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
Sucro, what's your favorite Fire Emblem game? I love the writing in Fire Emblem Fates and Fire Emblem Engage. Sucro kills Fandaniel immediately upon him saying this. Shield Bash is something I very rarely actually use. But it's just the first thing I thought of for the purpose of shield bashing Fandaniel off of a cliff. Also, Fire Emblem Fates and Fire Emblem Engage share the same writer, and the writing in them is quite bad, in my opinion, but also kind of funny. So, I don't know.
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old, or what are you talking about? Patrons of old? Are you gonna be like Hades and tell me everything? Or are you gonna be rude and not tell me anything? Oh.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one
Story
about
time!
the sundered Ascian.
I wonder if Shield Bash will eventually be, like, removed. Wild pulls?
I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
I see.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Yeah, that happened.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Have I? Well, I guess I'm about to now.
At your service.
What? Amon? Amon? You're... What?
Imagine a nation.
Cloud?
Unbridled prosperity.
Hey, what? Okay.
Every need met.
Sure.
Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
I was a skeleton once. It was pretty cool.
Fulfilled. And ripe for decay. a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
I just think about what the worst crime I could do at this given moment is.
That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
Hey! Hey. Is there any particular reason we're connecting Amon's experiments to the mythology we just heard about people and animals swapping heads? Was this all Allegan nonsense as well all along? Or is that a coincidence?
Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
I'm pretty sure Amon has, as a boss, drops ranged gear. But it is a red mage style of hat.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Oh.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest.
I have more things to say, but this cutscene isn't letting me pause, so...
Always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon.
Okay, I can pause for a second to say what I meant to say. I think it's very interesting that Fandaniel / Amon here appears to have been able to induce an echo vision that's like very specific, and he's like narrating it and stuff. That seems significant to me. Like, or maybe he just understood what was happening immediately, but like the narration makes it seem like this is on purpose from him.
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
You don't believe in the value of one's legacy, do you, Zand?
In the end, all is lost.
An echo it is of a symphony. I forgot about that line.
You know as well as I that the
Hey, look,
Emperor
it's Emmett
stands
Selk.
to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
Yeah, Emmett, as just another Ascian, as you put it, was a bit weird.
Affirm the truth, majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life
but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness.
Hey. The life you lead does a lot more than just end. It influences a whole bunch of other people's lives. What you do leaves an impression behind, even if you feel like it doesn't. There's a lot more to this, Ammon.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals.
Oh, I got the impression that Fan Daniel was quite messed up, yes. It seems quite apparent.
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
I do think Fan Daniel, like, another thing I sort of know simply because of a thoughtless search for images is that I think Fan Daniel is probably a boss fight with some sort of monster form at some point. I didn't get a good look at it at all. But it's also like fair to assume that after Hades anyway. Ah, you are returned, but where is Mistress Nadana? Bad news. Manusia Preserve, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I love the idea of a PA system in the Hell Tower is pretty good too. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. I would also believe it that he just arbitrarily made his voice have reverb so that it echoed so that he could mock your echo in like a subtle way. But then later he'd be like, "Did you get it?" And then I would hit him with the sword until he fell over. I'd say there's an approximately 100% chance that Fan Daniel will be hit with the sword until he falls over. At some point in time. Xenos will also be hit with the sword until he falls over. Even more likely than 100%. No, I'm no math expert. That sounds a little bit unlikely. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fan Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Nod. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, and that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Nod. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. Heck yeah. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of this tragedy. He offers you his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. You know, I hadn't considered that. Becoming some sort of boss that can't fall over. I suppose he could. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. Gasp. Except the Sinian, who doesn't react. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razat Han for an audience with His Excellency? Nod. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. I wasn't expecting this to happen so fast. I wasn't expecting to go to Sharlayan immediately either. I say fast, but also it's been almost 5 hours. So it's an amount of time that feels long, but also short. That's interesting. That Endwalker is apparently long and yet has so much going on. That is exciting. I'm definitely looking forward to more of this. That said, Friday is still likely to be something else that I'm looking forward to, assuming it's available and works. Because Fae Farm releases on that day, and somehow I'm really interested in that. I say somehow because I originally learned of it in the Nintendo Direct that had about 7,000 other farming sims in it. But like the mood of it really caught my attention, I guess. Am I taking a really... No, I'm taking the correct direction. I just went past an ether current. I sure did. It's easy to miss such a thing when I'm thinking about farming, I guess. One of the stated goals of the Fae Farm development team is actually to create a space that feels safe and comfortable and cozy for everyone, which gives me hope for the game. And also it just like, there are too many farming sims that are too like normal. Like, here's a farming sim. You go to a town, you make friends, you harvest stuff, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. And then Fae Farm is just like, hey, what if we made a farming sim that also had like whimsical magic elements and like adventure in it? And it had a cute art style. And we deliberately, and we state that we want it to be cozy and nice. Sounds pretty good to me. Also, there hasn't really, the only other farming sim besides Stardew that has like any sort of like, quote, adventure or quote, combat in it is like Rune Factory, and I didn't like the Rune Factory that I played in. Of the satrap, I know only the common tidbits, though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the towers dampened the mood somewhat. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads-at-Han.
I guess
We who enter here are subject to
I'll
the
wait for
scrutiny
this.
of gods, the gate's most watchful eye.
I would wave at this
The
eye if
orb
I
which
saw it.
beholdeth the truth of all things.
It can tell Sucro's a cat?
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
So far, everything about Endwalker's locations is very pretty.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Hey, I recognize that door. That's from Treasure Dungeon. I forget the name of the Treasure Dungeon, but there is one with similar doors, if not the same door. Oh.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Interesting. I mean, yeah, that's like everything in 6.0's. Rather than saying everything is pretty, I will say that everything's visual design is well done, perhaps. The visual design of 6.0 is good. That would encompass more.
Here we are. Megaduta.
No, wrong button. Okay, it's fine. It's easy to forget that the confirm and cancel buttons between games are not the same ones.
Directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
I'm sure we'll get there. To whatever you're alluding to. Also, I was going to say that we will have a direct comparison to how the hold
may I
on.
present our honored visitors.
We will be able to directly compare how much time
Splendid. Most splendid.
each section of the game took, because I have all the streams archived, so I can at least see how many streams each part took. And also how many hours each part took for me. Well, like in terms of main story and side content progression, not counting random stuff I did off camera.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan.
Hello, Ahawan.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nadana, she was taken, or not everything went to plan. But Nadana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed.
That might be a unique horn shape. It's similar to other ones, but it might be unique. I don't remember what all of them are like.
Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
Okay.
I think not.
What? Estinian?
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Okay, Estinian is suspicious.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Estinian can detect dragon. Okay, so...
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Okay, so no one's a secret dragon, there just is a secret dragon. Hey, what's up?
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Hey, Vritra, you were in the opening video.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
It is kind of silly, now that you say that.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
Is Midgardsormr gonna show up? You're like, hey!
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
Every time this part of this song happens, I can only imagine, like, one of the dragons, like Midgard Sormer or something, playing this piano solo on a very, very small relative to them piano every time. Just like a regular sized piano being played by them or something. Or even like a smaller than regular sized piano, which they're somehow playing with their claws.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Maybe, I don't think the camera was...
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh.
Okay, you are a secret dragon, kind of.
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan.
You are the dragon.
With mine eye,
I got it right.
It doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
I got it right with two separate... I think it was like the eye color and the hair color stood out to me. But also like just a generally suspicious character. So this dragon is piloting some sort of robot body? Mannequin?
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Also, it was just Istinian being very suspicious of Bashan that made me go, okay, you're a secret dragon.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warmblood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence.
Yeah, we're on the same page there.
With the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Don't worry, we're great at light party, 4-person expeditions.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Sucro.
Yet though our radiant
It's always Sucro. That's always the correct answer.
I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Yep.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Sounds great.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Also take down the tower, don't forget that part. Nod.
I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Yeah, we have 2 tanks here, that won't work. We need to gather the other DPS.
Tasks that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
It seems a quick trip is in order, says Thancred, pulling over to the side of the road.
Lend thine aid.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzat-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
He's also accepting. He's just being more mysterious and brooding about it. Vitra, don't worry. Okay, so we don't actually go into Radzat-Han properly. We just, like, pass through it. Also, yeah, it is interesting that Ritra is speaking not in Dragon. That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. And yeah, the alchemists learned learned how to make charms that prevent tempering, which use the scales of this dragon, who is one of the great worms, who is secretly the ruler of Radzat-Han. And we need these charms for the not Echo having parts of the crew to be able to do anything with regard to these towers. And so, yeah. We were talking to the dragon because the dragon was like, okay, I need to talk to you now, basically. Like, we need to ask for your help. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. I'm pretty sure that I did. Yeah, I did. All right, let's talk to Thancred here, and that'll probably wrap up this half of the main story's opening, I would guess. Ah, there's also quest here to obtain. Should have talked to Uriage. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Istinian is not present at the moment. I don't know where he went. Ritra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That Arcasodra languish in Telophoroi chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavner who will be summoned to thwart us. Wonder where Justinian's at right now. If anywhere. He might be nowhere. But yeah. Name day cake? It's not my birthday, Ablethwaza. Whose birthday party did you steal from, Ablethwaza? Philosopher's Stone Table. Very well. Thank you for the assorted random items, as usual. Well, this has been Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. The first stream of it. Off to a pretty good start, I would say. No dungeons or anything yet, but you know, that's fine. So yeah, I suppose next week will be more Endwalker. Friday will be, as mentioned, probably Fae Farm. Hopefully that will be enjoyable for both me and anyone watching. But yeah, whoop, wrong one. This has been Endwalker, the first stream of probably a lot. Thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in links for social media or donation reasons, they're at borealrobin.card.co, and you can also consider following or subscribing here. Any of that would be very helpful, and I would appreciate it a lot. But I also just appreciate you stopping by and viewing and hanging around, hanging out, being here. So yeah, have a good rest of your night and or day. And I will see you at the next stream. Good night.